Let's see, did we make it? Is it on? Is it working? It has been a while. It has been too long. It has been, like, pandemonium a long time, I think. When I first set up all the stream stuff, I was pumped. I was like, yes, I'm finishing grad school. I'm gonna have so much free time. Now is like the best time to get into all of this. And it turns out that immediately following 2 years of pandemic is a terrible time to decide that like you're gonna become a therapist. It is a lot right now. So things are not quite where I left them. And I expect there's going to be some green screen fuzz because the lighting's not the same. It's not even the same season as the last time. But yeah, as usual, trying to improve the situation. We'll do it on the fly, so I'm not like an hour late as we try to do things. And thank you for the cheers and pre-stream subs. You guys were going before I even got here. You're nuts. So I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. I logged in for a bit yesterday just to make sure like the game still works, but I'm way behind schedule. Like my retainer is not even level. It's now level 89. Is not even level 90. So we've still got a lot to do. But how has everybody been doing with 6.1 so far? Am I gonna like it? Am I gonna hate it? Are you all tuning in just to watch me be angry? Did I do Prey and Ultima Reborn? I did only Castrum Meridianum and some of the lower level dungeons just to test some stuff out. I really love what they did with Castrum. We were talking about it a bit yesterday, because we're all kind of the same mind that, like, we look back on 1.0 and stuff with, like, rose-colored glasses. Like, oh, do you remember when it was like this? Do you remember when this was part of the game? Thank you. And I think we all kind of have that feeling that we've lost something, that there's stuff from the game that's missing. So I expect in like a year we're gonna be like, oh man, remember when we used to shoot down the airship and blow up the ceruleum plant, and Livia would have a mech, but at the same time I think like all it would take would be someone reminding you, like, those things weren't fun. Like, they were awkward and clunky and wasted a lot of time, and you'd be like, oh yeah, well. So I think we're gonna have a lot to work with on that front, just because there's that tension between what we've lost and what we've gained. I didn't do the solo duties yet. How much MSQ do you have to replay to fire those up? Can you just like fire them up at random? Remember the days? Yeah, they sucked. So where does Newfound Adventure start these days? Mordona? That sounds like Old Found Adventure. If you skip cutscenes, it's quick. Okay. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they did with Ratatan and La Habrea, because I have always thought Ratatan was one of like the best sub-characters of 2.0, and then he got done dirty. I love like doing the trial with noobs, just because we all had that tradition of like pretending it was much harder than it was, sending them that like that strategy that was coil turn 1, but you just slapped Cape Westwind over it. But he, like, Ratatan struck me as one of the coolest characters in A Realm Reborn, because I think he highlighted where Gaius was at the time. If you followed me at all at any point in history, you know that Gaius is one of my favorite characters, because they keep screwing him up. And thank you for the cheers. And I love when they do stuff like that. Like, when they admit it, anyway. I think Gaius could be our next Darnus, where, like, the plans were kind of changed and not understood the entire way so many times that everyone's like, well, what is going on with this? And they have to do something cool with it in the end, because, like, Darnus was weird, and we made such a stink about it that they came back and made Darnus one of the coolest characters in the game. And I think we could do the same for Gaius. Oh, thank you for the sub. Because, like, I'll go through it real quick. I'll try to go through it real quick anyway. There was really not much of a plan for Gaius aside from Judge Vader. That was all he was ever supposed to be at first. And then Darnus comes in, and suddenly Judge Vader is being used to kind of play off of Darnus and highlight how crazy Darnus is, and highlight how unreasonable Darnus is, and that he's so, like, devout and motivated and a horrible, horrible person. Final level, keep going until the clock runs out. Okay. It's an interesting piece of advice. Vague, I want to make sure I understand it properly. But yeah, they played Gaius and Darnus off each other to make Darnus look crazier. And what it did was it gave Gaius a sense that he was, like, on board with the mission. He was super loyal to the Empire. He wanted what was best for people. He had a vision of how the world should be run and wanted to run it that way. And even though, like, Eorzeans would see his vision as monstrous, there was something consistent and honorable about it. And then 2.0 came, and they just threw all that out the window and went back to Judge Vader and killed him in level 50. So I rallied for years, like, you gotta bring him back, you gotta fix this, you gotta, like, make it consistent. And they brought him back at the same time as they were fleshing out Xenos and Varas and how they related to everything. And the introduction of, like, the Optimates and the Populares and stuff like that, it reframed Gaius's motivations in a way that suddenly made a little more sense. So they brought him back at the same time they removed the reason to bring him back. And then they were like, no, it's okay. He's gonna be our Estinian for going to the Empire. And then we didn't go to the Empire. And when we did for one zone, he didn't come. And then they also put him in like this Gundam-inspired side story. And now he's like got kids and he's in Werlet and it's like adopted kids if you're not following it. But yeah, I think because of that, Ratatan became one of my favorite characters because it showed Gaius's kind of honor and commitment to the mission and that he really was a guy who would believe in meritocracy and raise people up, like Fordola too. And I always felt that the fight with him should do him justice. And Livia too, like just like kind of the crazy she was, and like the whole castrum was super awkward before. What was that? I just heard like a weird guitar thing. I think it might have been something in my headphones. But anyway, we're here for MSQ hours, I think. And now Gaius is in Gridania wearing a chicken costume. Oh, Chris, no, we can't talk about my quarters 1 hour. When they first killed Gaius, they made it seem like he was a little more creepy than he was, and there's this line where he tells Livia, "My quarters 1 hour," and it looks like kind of skeevy, like wife husbandry hitting on your adoptive daughter, kind of. Some people didn't take it that way, some did. But because some people took it that way and they started reframing his character a bit, they've explicitly added like 3 or 4 scenes where they're like, no, he never touched her. He didn't like her like that. That was all her. She was crazy. And like they keep like every cutscene where they mention her and Gaius is there, he's like, remember, hover hands. It was hover hands. So it's just been this really weird journey. And I would love to get back to that one day and see what he can become now that all of these plans have changed. I wonder if they've removed that line. I can go back and find out. I've updated the library, depending on what time we get through stuff. No, they haven't? Okay. Then we already know. If this is your first time tuning in for an MSQ stream, I try not to read every line out loud because I will not give them good voices. I am not a versatile voice actor for all the genders. So I usually just summarize when I'm done. Oh, tea with Tataru time.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
None. A brand new adventure. I'm still mulling it over. No, come on, give me an option. Just be like, none. I have nothing on my plate. I'm gonna be bored and restless in 20 minutes and wandering around trying to find orphans in need of alchemy and crates in need of moving. Choose the Yoshida answer.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder.
How do we get people to believe that's the mission if they weren't going to listen to Hades? Okay, well, who else could say it that, you know, maybe the people who weren't Hades fans would latch onto? Ah, Tataru.
Oh, with so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind. Thavnair. That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Ritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
I hope it does this every time we go somewhere
As
he
the bearer
mentioned.
of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure it has pockets. Oh, best answer, but...
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
I miss her song.
Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across. Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
All of which on brand. Is that Aussies? What the?
And thus I am retired.
We just take some notes for a minute while this cutscene continues.
Ah, you're awake. My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Okay, I think it's giving us free discussion time. Yes. Okay. There's a lot going on there already. Where to even start? I think like I'm gonna go a jump around with it a little bit. So the first thing that's cracking me up is like you have that vision and she's like, pleasant dream? Like she's so astute about some stuff. And then sometimes it's like right the other way. First, I appreciate that like the food disappeared a little bit as we were going throughout that cutscene because I was reading the chat and also thinking in my head like, are you gonna make me stare at this muffin the whole time? Like this muffin looks good. And Tataru has been singing all the way back to 1.0. She used to sing the same songs Flamine did. So it's really, really cute when you hear her sing because like there have been 4 or 5 parts in the story when you catch her doing it. But I think that might be the first time she's ever done it in a cutscene. And thank you for the follows. But on to the main attraction. What the hell was that? When we first kind of phased into it, I thought it was like Ozzy's Law being eaten by the void. Like something about the way it was laid out looked similar, and you had that kind of broken weird dome thing. It just I don't know. My brain immediately thought it was Ozzy's Law, which is how I know that something weird is happening in my brain already and that I need to ignore it. Because there are a few layers of this, and it's like triggering a cascade of associations that probably aren't there. The first being, let's see. In the trailer, we saw a little bit of whatever that dude was, and I thought it was Thal, and they were just being silly. Like, it was going to be like Nald and Thal, and there were going to be different versions of them, because the arena looked big. That place does look big, though. But now my brain has been poisoned by thinking Ozzy's Law as we were fading into it, because, like, again, the layout looked a little similar, but just different, like a void version of it somehow. I noticed that the dude inside of the void colors had like the ring around his head, and now my brain has unconsciously combined Ozzy's Law and head ring, and it's like, oh, is this some kind of warped regular? Like, is that why he's back? I miss Regula. They had like this whole weird thing about him when he first came out, and yes, I haven't done the Void quest thing yet. I gotta get on that. Gotta level a couple more classes. He's still hanging out here. Does he has nothing new to say, right? No, okay. Based on the early game, when we had Gaius rockin' 14 and Darnus rockin' 7, we all started to think like maybe there were these like little motifs of each of the Legatuses and the games that are in the, the things that they had. And when Regula first came out, they expected like hardcore weird shit from him that never came to pass. They had all sorts of plans about how he was really going to relate to the Emperor and whether he was really Golbez, and it was just like this whole thing. Hey, I read the Void quests. I know the lore. I just didn't do them on this character yet because it requires leveling more stuff. Bless YouTube. Aww, I love it. This was the trailer outfit, and I loved the design in the trailer too, because it really had that like back to your roots vibe. The only outfit that I'm really upset that they never gave us was the one that Derplander wears in the 1.0 trailer. Like, come on, that's a no-brainer. Am I going to abandon the Scholar chest piece or stick with it? I've had this same out. Oh, we get jewelry! She really is broadening her horizons here. You can make like a kind of pseudo version of it. They did for Ardbert, but it's not the same as in the trailer, no. In 1.0, there were only a few outfits, and all that was going to change throughout the game was that the outfits were going to have different colors and materials, and they were going to get a little more elaborate, and we just never got that one. We never got the one that he was wearing in the trailer. It's gone, and I'm really annoyed by it. Thank you for the follow. I think we should get it. And that just bothers me that we never did. As far as my glam goes, I have been rocking this same glam since 2014, and I just, every time I change it, it feels wrong, and I go back, oh yes, motherfucking breadcrumbs. I have a feeling that a lot of these are going to be like the back-end documents, like, they have what I call PR blurbs. There's like a very small back-end kind of page with a few paragraphs on it and stuff. And I think that's what they're putting in here is like the actual back-end docs, which would be insane because they would finally have an excuse to review them more often and keep them up to date, and fans would be able to catch things that go off with them. And I think we would be much more efficient at keeping the lore together than we were between 2.0 and 4.0. Which is amazing. We've been rallying for like a codex like this in the game, like we call it the databank system for a while as a joke. And this is just, yes, I cannot wait to read through all of this. I cannot wait to be made irrelevant. It's just the right time for it. Yes, MSQ field records, exactly. Why is my Chocobro here? What are you doing? I missed your quest here. That's weird. There's a timeline error in a later entry? Yeah, it happens. Especially if they're pulling in back-end documents. There's a ton of like little things that have been missed in there over the years, but I think it's because like only the internal people read them. Bountiful ruins. Wow, Tataru says I have to go seek out my own rumors now. I don't just get like a sensational link pearl call. Hello, Aqua.
Thank you for the follow.
Alright, first things first. Do I have glamour prisms? I do have a few. Is this dyeable? Yes, it is. How do we look in purple? Ooh, it's actually pretty good. Let's see. Okay. I think I might be able to build an outfit with that. So yeah, now Tataru says I have to go do my own networking, right? Also, you got more glam plates now? Oh, yes. What's today's energy drink? They are almost always the same drink. It is these cans of Arizona tea that say energy on them, but I'm pretty sure it's just like pear juice and lies. I've never gotten an energy rush from it, but I'm addicted to them. They are delicious. Yeah, pear juice and lies taste amazing. I tried to choose a static place for the gear thing now, but every now and then something gets in the way. I have too much gear in my inventory. Why did I do this to myself? Wayfarer. Yes, it is RX Energy. And no, this is not daytime for me. It is 8 p.m. I live on strange human hours. Hold on. Before I get distracted. Hold on, I'll show you my adventure plate. I live on strange human hours because I work with kiddos, and kiddos have school. So you gotta see them after school. And then before you know it, you're getting up at 1 p.m. Oh, 20? Yes. All my dreams have come true. It's all me name days at once. Or my classic velveteen pantaloons here. Those are the ones that end up with pretty much everything. Now someone was saying the cape doesn't die for anything. Nope. Oh, the little ties on the back do. Yeah. Okay. First thing I always do is check what it looks like in green, because I always wanted a good thief glam and never got one, but I think I found one the other day that might work. Now the real question is, like, if I find a good way to have this glam and I do the rest of the story, does the story look better with the glam, or is it one of those times where it's a mismatch, like the Travelers? Not harmed. You look like in a jet black. Still brown. Oh, thank you for the gift subs. And then Moose has bad eyes, so usually when there's no headpiece, I put him in some kind of glasses. Usually these ones. Or his classic 1.0 magnifiers you can't get anymore. Wait, why aren't the ravens in here? Oh, they are allowed in the armoire now, that's right. Because they didn't make a replica till later. Unfortunately, I can't ever take them off. There was a whole thing there. Oh yeah, you can't really see it that well. I'll wear it anyway though. I'm not allowed to wear any other earrings but the white ravens due to a promise I made myself in 2012. Yeah, they also changed the meaning of the Scarf of Wondrous Wit when Aqua got it, so it's easier to get now. And we've both been salty ever since. Yeah, jet black them. What? Do I have any jet black on me? First off, save number 20. And then we want 2 jet blacks, different pans for show. No. Yeah. Okay, so we need 2 jet blacks and what purple? Thinking grape. Okay, 2 jet blacks and a grape purple. I don't think I needed all 17 of those, but okay. Then is grape one of the crafty boys, or is that one of the buy boys? That's one of the ones I can buy downstairs. When there was like less stuff in this game, I had an amazing memory of what was where and what NPC was where and what they sold and where all the content was and what all the achievements were. And now there's just thousands and thousands of them and I don't remember any of it anymore. I just remember kind of where to look for the info instead. Purple. Should be good. I need more brain RAM. I mean, I also need more brain RAM, but I think I need a general storage upgrade. I have not tried downloading the brain RAM. Does it come over the tubes? Got stuck in the tubes. Yeah, I saw they nerfed my sprint. I'm angry about it, but I understand it, because when I was using it in dungeons, I was like, damn, it's OP. Does it not let me hit the die button from here anymore? Now I gotta die it direct to plate one at a time? Alright, that means, do I have any distillers on me? I am not dyeing a plate jet black, are you insane? No, I gotta go back and buy distillers and wasting everybody's time. I am chronically anemic on jet black dye. Everything I get is jet black, purple, and silver. It's the only 3 colors Moose uses for anything. Bingo. One of you people has these things, right? Aha! You're not wasting our time. You're wasting your time. Our time is being spent watching you waste your time. Okay, we want to do the Hans. My eyes are like terrible. Gotta be like right around here. There we go. And we want to do the feet. That is a very high compliment for a guy who does not stream regularly, Ball. Thank you for the gift sub. Okay. Move, remove, add. Okay, good enough. You have done it. You have successfully bullied me into changing my glamour plate for something. Good enough. It's number 20. We'll put it there. And then, in theory, we can go back if we need to, if it looks wrong. Okay, so to answer one of the earlier questions, yes, I've been wearing this same outfit since 2014 with like mild modifications, like changes in hats and boots when one looks slightly better than another. But my goal was to keep the general like blend of Limsa Laminsa and Scholar. So whatever fit both of those best is what I've gone with, because I try not to look too much like a Nimian Scholar. I see the current day Scholar as just a Lominsan Arcanimist with a whole bunch of weird stuff grafted onto it as you try to resurrect old techniques, and I thought it would kind of honor Moose's journey if he had a Lominsan Bleod. Like this is their outfit back to 1.0. So it's a very deliberate glamour, but I haven't changed it for anything. Anyway, on with the MSQ. Where's it going again? This game gives me ADHD. No, not time to spend another hour on the Adventurer plate. I did that last night. I did my UI and everything last night to make sure that I wouldn't waste even more time today. This is what I've come up with so far. Just a very less is more Adventurer plate. Forgot to change my outfit again. I also made sure that when I had like the old look, like my usual look, that because I'm a Lalafell, I had high boots. Because I think when you're a Lalafell, you really need high boots. It's just a matter of public safety. I like how y'all bullied me for not wearing the right outfit yet, but no one bullied me for not using the Ethernet. Hope this wasn't one of the times that I was supposed to pay attention to what drink to buy him. Hey, I sold one of 3 of those fish. Accidentally. All's a doll. I'm so glad they used that name as a shout out. I'll get to that in a minute. I am an 11 boomer. Is the window flashing for you guys when it does that for me too, or is it like staying consistent? Man, Moose, you you went right into telling him the truth. Anybody would call you a liar for that. You like kind of softball him in, tell you one of like the side stories. Do like the Mahak one. Like how this cutscene came with a warning that you were about to enter like content, and then it was like a choose a man's drinks strategically simulator. Okay, so despite that being like a lot of flavor and framing, there was some cool stuff in there. Alzadal is probably number 2 on my list of zones that I wanted to see an homage to or something in like 14 compared to 11, because I thought it was a beautiful zone and that like a kind of Clockwork steampunk undersea kind of vibe is something that isn't used very much and could be really cool here. So I've been like joking almost as much as I've been joking about Promethean. Give me an Alzadal zone, you cowards. I was really, really stoked to see one in the trailer. But the fact that he name dropped Alzadal, but it's a person now, that's cute. It's a good reference. Yes, there is going to be like a little bit of green screen fuzz around me because the lighting has changed since the last time I was on. Like the clocks changed, the hours changed, like the time of the season changed, and I didn't recalibrate it yet. But that and the chat thing was being funky. So I have it as a black box for today. And we'll hopefully fix those next time, but dealing with it seemed better than not showing up. There was one other question that went by that I wanted to answer. What was it? Oh, when the rest of the MSQ videos are going up. Yes. They've all been downloaded, uploaded. They're sitting there in the thing. They just need to be like pushed live. And I have not found a couple hours to sit down and like put the titles and the descriptions in the proper places and like put the thumbnail on it and just like make it public. So they're in limbo in this horrible thing that I keep saying I'm going to get to, and then I get another pile of paperwork and I don't get to it and I feel really guilty about it. And Rockle was like, oh, that's all that needs to be done? I can save you from that. And then he had an emergency right away. So don't worry, they're there. We were joking around in the Discord about it. What the plan is I'm going to post the template for how the descriptions and titles are formed, and I'm going to post the unlisted videos from now on. And if someone beats me to filling out the stuff, I'll just push it live. Yeah, this is where I hire a YouTube guy, apparently. Whoa! I've never heard that sound before. Thank you for the cheer.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy.
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, but I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never return with that treasure alive. Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards.
Oh, the kid's in on it.
Uncover.
Ah, thank you, Lenny. Oh no! Don't
What of
do
you,
it,
sir?
bro.
Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
At least he's not getting it from the Scion coffers anymore.
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure. But why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
Hey, I'm retired.
Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I fleece one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure. Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Oh good, he's not totally hopeless.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
I love how they're like turning Estinian partly into like well-intentioned Nero. Like he knows he can get into trouble and I'll get him out of it.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
I believe this is a new track. I don't recall this one being in 1.0 at all. Not totally new? Is it like... Is it from between 2.0 and 6.0? Benchmark. Ah. The Ethernet exists. The Ethernet exists. Proceed. Unless you're not going anywhere near it. There was someone recommending that I get like a VTube made of the Lalafell and just be the Lalafell. Let's see, do I have a space open here? 2 or 3? Yeah. Okay, hold on. Temporary mount time. Spent money on this near pod and I'm gonna use it. I know a couple of VTubers and there's like a lot of kind of upfront investment, and depending on the quality you want and the skills you have, you can mitigate it somewhat. But if you need to get it all done for you, it can be pretty expensive, yeah. Hey, not totally hopeless Estinian knows the plant followed us. Actually, like, I love Estinian being, like, super honed for being a knight and a warrior, but not having really any concept of how to do the other stuff. Like, just the idea that he can't file an expense report for everything and buy whatever he wants to for once and struggling with it. I think it's kind of organic because I know that there are people like that in real life who need, like, a lot of kind of structure and maintenance and transportation, stuff like that, and they know how to do all these really, like, important things, but they can't go grocery shopping or buy a car or drive a car. But it's fun trying to find, like, the limits of where they've put his struggles, because, like, they seem to be, like, a little different from scene to scene. Okay, TLDR, the kid who was in on it has followed us. He's let us know that other people know the location. But it's a dangerous place. We should get friends. We picked out some friends. What do you mean people don't know how to do, like, laundry at 18? That's ridiculous. You put everything in the magic basket, you put the magic basket at the right place at the bottom of the stairs, you come back later, the basket's, like, clean and fixed and folded. Easy peasy. Everybody knows that. Can't believe you have to teach kids how to use the magic basket in college. I'm like merging jokes in my head. There's an old video about the magic coffee table, where anything that you don't want to clean up, you just put it on the magic coffee table. And the magic spell for getting dishes done when there's stuff stuck on them. You just like put it in the sink, you fill it full of water, and you chant over it. It needs to soak. And then you leave and you come back later and it's done. Wow, I gotta find my own rumors, I gotta send my own invitations. This is bullshit. We took Minfilia for granted, man, I told you.
Ah, Urgica, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
The fact that one of the things on the wall is concept art of the Crystal Cave in Mordona before they changed it in the like post 1.18 retcons and the build up to the 7th Umbral era makes me really excited, but also drives me a little crazy. I always wanted that Crystal Cave to be something, and they were just like, no, that's Zonde's crypt, and they moved on. But now they've like put the visual back there with the thing stuck to the crystal that isn't there anymore. They removed it to make room for the symbol of Thalia. Forget who they put on there.
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Val.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
That's what I said. He shot me down.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation, and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Oh, Graha made it through a whole cutscene without talking about Corvos. Does that mean we're not going there in 6.4 after all? I love his little, like, animations where he's, like, vibrating with excitement. He's really making the most of me not having to shove him back in the tower to fix the timeline shenanigans anymore, now that Ishikawa's locked us all in, like, a predestination paradox. And yes, chat, he was super extra in 2.1. He was like the high school kid who has to be like a part of every club and is super arrogant despite needing constant validation. He was a little insufferable in 2.0, and I like that they had us make fun of him for it when we went out to Ozzy Slaw too. He has grown up a bit in the 100 years we left him alone. Also, hi Crash. Oh, we get another Corvos mention later. Hold my chocobos, huh? huge debate about mini spoilies. I don't know what I expect Corvos to be, but the way they're talking about it so much, it just makes it seem like it's either going to be like a big new hub, or it's going to be like a Eureka style thing where we have like a Gangos kind of. She back here reading Forever 23. Okay, girl.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment.
The music just stops.
Ow!
I love this game.
How long have you two been here?
Long enough.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Al-Zadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Achiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Alright, listen, Stola, I'm happy for you to try to keep your promise to Runar. I hope you guys can see each other again, but don't be looking into shard travel on my behalf. I am done with that. I don't want any more of that. Endwalker should be peak crazy. Thank you for the mid-scene follows and subs and gifts. I'm always happy to see Y'shtola in scenes like this, because her character development is very subdued. We actually have talked about this in the Discord a lot. Like, people who aren't great at reading other people's emotions and motivations in general, I think struggle a lot with Y'shtola, because she's always trying to follow these formal scripts. And if she can't follow the decorum, she feels kind of lost and helpless, and not helpless, but useless to the situation. Like, her skills aren't any use there. So because so much of her character development is like on like a digital versus analog level and it's below the surface, I think it's easy to miss. So I love seeing the opportunities when they have for her changes as a character to manifest in a different context. Because it's at least like a little bit of proof for the people who are like, she has no personality, that there's actually stuff going on in the background there. Because I'm a Lominson, so I'm super biased that she's best girl. Oh yeah, we gotta go find Urianger. Look at that. You're probably near there. I'm kind of trapped somewhere in the middle. Like, I can totally see how, like, if reading other people and their motivations isn't your strong suit anyway, where she would look like she doesn't change very much. I can totally see where she would look like a blander character. But also, I disagree with the conclusion entirely. Because, like, even in 1.0 to 3.0, there were some pretty drastic changes in the way that she kind of sees herself as part of the team, and how she tries to relate to people on the team. I think one of the strongest ones for me is when Lise first admits that she's not Ida, and Y'shtola's kind of known the whole time, and she cares about her and wants to be there for her, but has no idea what to say because there's no script for it, and she just kind of hangs out at the edge of the forest and keeps an eye on her from afar. Has Podmount, doesn't fly, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, she grew up in a cave. Her social skills for, like, interaction and cooperation aren't great, which is why I think she's so overpowered. She either needs, like, a very simple task to follow for part of her plan, or she just wants to blow everything up herself. But I've accidentally ended up in many a debate about whether Y'shtola has a personality. So I love scenes like that help you see it a little more clearly, that there are changes to kind of how she relates to people in the world changing over time.
Ah, our illustrious champion.
Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Before I continue with the cutscene, I'll answer that question. Like, do I think Matoya's bad habits rubbed off on her? Yes. I think that's kind of the intent. I think we're supposed to draw a straight line there, that being isolated with just Matoya, who is also like a loner, doesn't get along with the rest of the forum. Like, we talked to Matoya, and it seems like her happiest times are being kind of isolated and arguing with Louisoix. So I think that's the line we're supposed to draw, is that like Y'shtola's become much more like her than she wanted to, and has even adopted some of the things she was annoyed by. But at the same time, I think Matoya probably ended up that way for a reason, and we're seeing patterns that are like way older than either of them. But I mean, they are just kind of writing the game. It's not like we'll ever know who Matoya's parents were, probably.
And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperites had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Kryl. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperites now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
Now we have even more excuse to talk about character ages. Okay, since they're both here, yes, I saw the joke about confirming Y'shtola's age in another patch, which would be fun. She's been on quite a journey with that since they first tried to joke that she was eternally 23, and a lot of people took it as confirmation that she was, quote, biologically immortal. The way the math pans out, Y'shtola is 32 about, same as Thancred. I like to joke that she just reversed the numbers because it could be like 31 to 33 somewhere in there. But I think 32 is funny because you can reverse the numbers and it's the 23 everybody kind of thinks was serious and wasn't. And during 1.0, the goal was that they needed an age where they would still be young enough to appeal to the kind of core MMO audience, which at the time was 28 to 35. And also at the age where like you could go back in time 10 years for the echoes and they could use the same models for most of them. They wouldn't have to make separate models for repeated characters. And so Thancred was 28, which was young enough, and then the calamity happened and they had to push him to 32. But now he's over the magical age of 30, which means you're old. So they have spent this entire game having Thancred come to grips with being the ripe old age of 32 and trying to still be his like womanizing self. And he has grown up into quite a different figure since then. I love his character development though. They've done such a great job with Thancred. I didn't like him at all in 1.0, I'm going to admit. I made so many jokes about getting to beat him up in 2.0 when it first launched. But once it became clear that like he's so aloof and sarcastic because he puts himself under so much pressure, I think his character took a really great turn in terms of becoming the dad cred we know today.
That's because we didn't travel by experimental aetherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Okay, listen, I was going to avoid talking about my historical ship there, but yes, since you bring it up, I do see, like, very heavily biased hints that I'm right that Y'shtola and Thancred totally used to date when they were 16 and it went horribly wrong. The way that they banter back and forth and the way she picks on him, like, 2 or 3 times as much as all the others, I think it's just so fun to imagine that they dated for one summer when they were 17 and it went horrible and no one's ever willing to bring it up, that they've just kind of put it in the past and that it secretly still kind of eats away at him, but she's kind of over it, but they can't talk about it. I love the idea of that dynamic, and I love any little thing that confirms it, and I love their banter. I saw some questions about, like, Thancred and the word bard. He became like a kind of singing, songwriting, poetry bard in the time he was in Charleon, and it was something he was known for by the time he was 17, 18, and that was kind of the role he would play when he was blending in. So he wasn't espionage, he was a traveling bard. And even though he's only ever really been seen as a gladiator or a gunbreaker or anything but a bard, he's still someone who sings and writes poetry. So Thancred is a bard like Louisoix is a scholar. Like, if you're wondering how he can be a bard with no bow, like, how can Louisoix be a scholar with no fairy? It's just something that's old lore and they've stuck to. And whoever said Loperit Deep Dungeon, I have so many ideas for what the Deep Dungeon could be if we did another one, and I would abandon them all for 100 floors of funny bunnies. Cinnamon buns! Yeah, the moon is a theme park instead of a plot device that gets us somewhere across the universe that makes me angry. I'm all for it. The ideas I've had for Deep Dungeon have changed every few weeks, amazingly. The moon was an original one, and then it kind of fell out, and then it came back. When I saw not Nizal, no, I'm getting ahead of myself. When I saw All Zadal aesthetic, I got really excited that we could do Deep Dungeon in the style of Nizal. Just lots and lots of floors of different kind of steampunk, and I flew over the place because I'm talking, whoops. But yeah, there were so many cool things in Endwalker that we could have a lot of interesting Deep Dungeon ideas. Just what I liked about the original Deep Dungeons was that we got to see familiar architecture used in unfamiliar ways, and maybe we could see more of the stuff that we didn't get to see in interesting ways, like the ancient style of the Alagon versus the sci-fi style of the Alagon. We saw some floors of that. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to do stuff like that, like the architecture that we missed out on. And I would give it all up for more Loperits trying to be useful. Wasn't the first Deep Dungeon Gelmora? Yeah, but it was like a very strange, warped, hard to tell if it's even really there or under there kind of thing, because it was all, like, the most important thing for the first Deep Dungeon was that everybody who saw it who played Tactics Ogre was like, yeah, I love Tactics Ogre. There was one big love letter to Tactics Ogre. I usually do everything with trusts so that I can go really slow and look at stuff. I wouldn't care if you spoiled me on the role quest, but there might be other people here who don't want to be spoiled on the role quest. I still have a lot of grinding to do to get there, so by the time I get there, not only will I probably have forgotten, I will probably have watched someone else do it. So, like, DM me about it for sure, if you want to talk about it. MSQ is the only thing I'm hugely worried about spoilies for. And after Endwalker, it's a little less so, because all the things I've been, like, anxious and excited for have come to a close, and I'm, like, much more relaxed about my approach to this one. Yeah. Don't spoil it for the other people, then. I want to see Soken play that song on a piano. I bet he would kill it. I want to see him just mashing away at it. Oh, I have 5 people and only... yeah. I gotta leave someone behind. I'm sorry, Ishikawa. It's probably gonna be raw. Yeah, dude, Soken and Keiko piano fighting over that song would be, like, amazing. Give it to me now. Oh, I can't change my glamours here. Oh, well, we're going into the dungeon in, Newfound Adventure clothes. I gotta leave Urianshe because he's the healer. Sorry, bro. Sweet. Yo, Crash Bandicoot music. All right, so the only thing I ask for here is a tiny bit of understanding if something takes me a while to notice what the hell is going on, because my brain is jello after all of these progress notes and treatment plans, and I am cognitive function is not my strong suit lately. Executive function through the flow.
Hold still.
Okay, so I'm a big fan of the music. I'm a big fan of the Atmo. I'm a really big fan of whatever this is. Glow stick plant. Ooh. What? Ow. Dancred! Or no, Graha.
I will not hold back.
This will hurt.
Graha's doing his Dancred impression. Okay. Like, blaming Dancred for taking mistakes is just a form of, it's like a habit. Remember the Simpsons meme? Bart, no! Oh, sorry. Lisa, no! Man, so is this whole place gonna be like Nizal mobs?
I will not hold back.
I am never gonna get all those up.
Allow me.
Yeah, not only did he stand inside of Bad Breath, it was also aimed at his student. Graha is the bridge between the adult table and the kids' table.
will not hold back!
Allow me. Something special for you. Something special for you.
Okay, beat the psychedelic onion without making a fool of myself. Good start, good start. Oh, Nisel lights. Yes. Yeah. Undersea Punk is the best. I love it. You. You will eventually notice, or may not, that I have a very weird affinity towards undersea stuff, despite it not being much of my aesthetic elsewhere. And my only theory that I've got so far is that I was super into Echo the Dolphin as a kid. And I think it's given me like a exaggerated affinity for all things fantasy undersea. Like idealized ocean junk. I did play the first two BioShocks, and I was a fan of them. Soma too. Soma did a good job of it. I think it reawakened in the PS2 era because of this game called Primal. I don't know if anybody has played Primal or is even old enough to have been PS2 boomer. Somebody else remembers Primal? Yes! Primal on PS2 was like about this punk rock girl becoming like getting these special gauntlets of powers and is becoming like different forms of demon and traveling to different realms. And one of them was undersea, and I had like a really fun time with that.
Something special for you.
You're mine!
Yeah, that's the one, Evil. The gargoyle NPC and her had a really great dynamic. She had a little gargoyle with her that helped her out with everything, but he was like very small and very proud. And she would pick on him for being small, and he would get very offended. It was, I think their names are Jen and Scree. Love this. Love this. I need more of this. Subnautica. Yes. Okay, I have heard this name before, and it's one of the ones that I haven't played, but I have been recommended it before, and I would definitely be down to get it. When I first started setting all of this up, the goal was to reclaim enough free time to not only do 14, but to do like other lore-mongery things, especially in horror games. I really, really want to do Fatal Frame, like the whole series with people. No, there aren't many games that'll trigger any like fear in me at all. I've only been afraid of 1 or 2 games, and they were both Fatal Frame.
Allow me.
Actually have like a lot of anxiety as a person, so I think that horror games let me feel it in a safe, controlled way. And I think that makes them more fun for me than most people, because that's what I feel like all the time. I laugh after the jump scare occurs, but I am very, very picky about jump scares. I think there are developers who see jump scares as a tool. It's one of the things in the toolbox for scaring people. I disagree. I think jump scares are a tension control valve. So I feel like when you're building a horror story, you're really trying to build and release tension strategically, and that there are multiple ways to do that. And a jump scare should either reset the tension by not having the threat be there and it just like instant release valve, or it should come out of nowhere and rocket up the tension. So I see it as a way to dramatically increase or reduce tension. And when it's used to just scare people, I find it really, really cheap and annoying. So I get angry at jump scares a lot when they're poorly used.
You underestimate me!
Gloves are off.
Can't believe King Arthro is here.
Hold still. Hold still.
I remember we did we had a really great discussion about jump scares when I did a very, very small, like, just group friends stream before. It was like practicing how to do stuff like this. We did this game from Taiwan called Devotion, which is a really, really cool horror game. And there's 1 or 2 jump scares in that, and a couple people who were watching weren't that into horror, and we had some really great discussions about like what they meant and how to use them well. I actually do have a fear of heights. It's difficult to trigger in games, but I bet they could under the right conditions. Heights make me wiggy.
I will end this farce.
I would love to try it in VR.
Hold still.
One, two, three. Or no, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ow. Got it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I have that same weird subconscious reaction to railings too.
I will not hold back.
Hold still. Hold still.
I have a really poor construct of what the extra part of that attack is. The main part I got. I'm not paying attention is something I should be though. Mirrors? Ah. That's probably it. I'm a very, like, I see it and understand it right away, or it takes me way too long person. There's not much of a middle ground.
Hold still. Hold still.
Allow me.
This will hurt.
And the stuff we got here. I've been trying to figure out what Broil 4 sounds like because I always have like a joke that I call it. Like one was like the boxing bell or wrestling bell. I keep joking around that Broil 4 is popcorn, but it also sounds like a tree being pulled out of the ground in a god game. And my brain keeps wanting to hear the tree being pulled out of the ground instead of the popcorn. The Warrior of Light is like really bad at planning the logistics of his operations. I need someone like behind me, like coming in, securing the area, extracting the wealth, while I'm fighting ahead.
Allow me.
After I cleared it, we're on the clock here. There's rival treasure hunters. We're kind of like on the Lara Croft model. We just run past most of the stuff, put the most valuable thing in our pocket, and hide it in our basement. Welcome home, Aqua. So show me the land.
Hold still.
Yo, you have a lot of Aquas now. I think that means I have to call you Murph most of the time. Oh, this one has the open pattern on it. Open. Oh, crap. My face is green screening. Yeah, we're gonna fix that soon. The season's changed, and with it, the color of everything. I have a really big problem with like lighting in general. The light has to be white, and the problem is that I am also very white. And then the light bouncing off of the green is a white plus green. So if I try to remove the green plus white, it starts removing the white. And I have to like really fine tune it every time. The real solution is to just move and get a cooler room. I don't need the screen. I've tried a couple different light bulbs. Some of them actually exacerbate the problem. The one that I've got on right now has 3 settings. One is like daylight, white light, you know, like the one that's a little off yellow is the only one that helps me so far. I have had 1 tan in my entire life, and it took months to get it. Usually I just burn and peel, but I spent a summer roofing, and at the end of that summer, by gods,
Gloves are off.
I was a little crispy. A darker green may work if I can, I don't know. Salgato is kind of expensive. I would consider it a lost cause, but then again, sunk cost fallacy. I might become one of those guys who just gets like the giant green blanket from the fabric store and covers the whole room with it. Oh, hello, Master Radio. I knew that sound. I was like, what? Thank you for the raise, good sirs. What you guys up to? Uh-oh. I have a thing. I have to fight the thing. Susan! What were you guys doing today? I do have an NVIDIA, yeah. I could try that. Sweet! Okay, let's see how many tries this one takes me. So far, I haven't wiped yet. to Babby content. Thank you very much, Maelstrom. Uh-oh. Okay, spikes. Sonic spikes means knockbacks. That looks like more spikes. Oh. Oh, I like this.
You underestimate me!
Now, what's he gonna do during this to screw with me? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh no!
You underestimate me!
Yeah, the first time I knew there was going to be some mid-section fuckery, but I didn't know what it would be. And now I don't know why there's a delay on it sometimes and not sometimes, and that's going to mess with me a little bit. Wild Weave, I know I just follow Yashtola. Okay, green, so is that not green? Okay.
All or nothing!
You would think after all of this time, SE would be like, hey, what about the colorblind people during every color-based mechanic? Because it has happened over and over and over that they've been burned by that. I wonder if they have anyone colorblind on the team that they could just come in. Okay, color again. Oh, do you think the fact that they added like the accessibility option is making them care about it less? Number of knots on the rope. Ah. At least I didn't get stomped to it this time. Easy peasy. Hey, he did show up. Most of it, Lenny. No worries, though. I'll do it again later if you want.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Oh. Said second choice after I clicked it. Sorry.
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Do I miss out on something because of that? Wait, what if I just, like, disconnect? Throw the scions under the bus whenever you can in this patch. Okay. If it's not something permanently missable, I'll just go back and watch it again.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
That's weird. Like, maybe it's just because I'm an old 1.0 player. The void is supposed to have kind of an overlapping membrane with the source. So gates to the void come and go naturally all the time, and you can tear holes into them. So the idea that there's like a permanent one just here is like, okay, what's special about that? What's weird about that? Why'd you have to put it in a jar? So that's my first question. A fully functioning void gate. Like, why are those words that go together? Like, void gates used to just happen, or we'd open them on purpose. Like, Alog, what did you do? Okay, here we go. Void gates and fissures are much the same in practice in the sense that they both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference is in terminology and circumstances. Fissure is accidental. There we go. Okay, we're used to those. Void gate is the product of deliberate action, so old school Black Mage quests. How metaphysically open is this fissure? How strong could the thing coming through be? Usually they're not that strong for a small hole. Hold on, I know what I can do. 1 second. Let me know if the green screening of my face happens more or less when I hit that button.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Voidsent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death. So much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared, I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
Wow, not in the New World then.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of Void-sent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
Nero turned purple. Something's already kind of a little weird about it, because, like, we've seen the Void Arc just cut through it like butter. So I'm curious if they're gonna, like, address all of these little pieces as we go. Am I taking the chance to dunk on Nero? Like, he wasn't there. He doesn't know who Nero is. I don't think chat would forgive me if I didn't take a chance to dunk on Nero, though, so purple Nero.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the Void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Wow, this MacGuffin keeps on giving. Should bring a Garlean radio in there, see what happens.
To rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. Give me a cutscene of, like, Unakal High walking into the void with a radio above his head just blasting. So far, this is like a really satisfying mix of busy work. Like, you can tell they artificially fleshed out how to make me just wander around more, and actual like teasers and content. Like I think it's so far like 33, 33, 33. They've done a really good job with it. Which one's gonna be the 34? I was expecting something to hit kind of hard because they usually have something that's a hook here, but after Endwalker and Yoshida's kind of anxiety about people seeing it as the end, I figured there was going to be like a little extra this time around. Like kind of like a very deep gouging hook. Like I would expect probably this particular point 1 to be on a point 4 kind of level. They are treating this particular Void Gate very weird for what we know about them. Like the idea that you could just expand a fissure into an artificial gate and then the wobbling of the membrane wouldn't close it or affect it, and then you gotta lock it in a thing and it never heals, and it's small but goes to a specific place, and this is all just very weird. It's all gotta be going towards something very, very specific. Oh, thank you, Lenny. Hello, hello. This all feels like very plot-serving lore rather than lore. I like how Graha suggests, I mean, we could forge another pact with a void scent if we really wanted to. It's like Oriange recommending summoning primals back in Eden. Though, I still say we're owed one more round. Level 99 Diabolos fight. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Yeah, Yoshida already gave us Reaper. Nothing is sacred anymore. Oh, Mist of the Realm unlocked. We gotta figure out when to do that. If it's gonna be like a tomorrow thing or a next week thing. Ooh, music. The classic colors. The four orbs. I don't know, there might be all six. Or is it not? Nope. Classic four. $10,000 years. First Umbral? Oh, that would be 4 orbs. Okay, hold out, hold out. Womp womp, not regular Golbez. What? Okay, first couple comments. The timeline there is a little wonky in terms of figuring out exactly what it goes towards. I'll come back to the dude. There was a loose date Yoshida gave us a while back where like 12,000 was the Sundering and 10,000 was around when like the cycle of the eras started-ish. There are some mythologies in the game that make it easy to associate the events of the Sundering with the events of the first Umbral where the gods left us. But I've been of the mind that it's likely there's a space between those because it would be really stupid for the Sundering to also be the first rejoining. So when Regula first came out, there were a whole bunch of like speculations that he was going to be Golbez associated based on like the shape of the helm and all the other stuff he had going on, the connections between the games and stuff like that. And that's where my mind went when we first started this, but apparently it's not going to be regular Golbez. It's just Golbez? I really need to play more of the Final Fantasy games from the old ones. But I think it's really cool to see kind of the fiend replacing the orb thing. But it does look a bit like it's evoking one of it. But I don't know if it's supposed to be first Umbral or second Umbral related yet, because 10,000 is a very like loose number. So let's see where we go. Yeah, I'm gonna lean towards first a little bit. Like farther back rather than not as far back, because the original screw up that created the void, MSQ seemed to be placing that as one of their earliest attempts. So if that was the creation of the void, he could have something to do with that storyline, and we could be kind of tying up the leftovers of a few cool stories together to make like a first Umbral Loss of the 13th Ascian kind of story. We could bring in all those pieces and kind of tie them together into a nice tight knot if we did this right. And that's gonna be my guess, that there's gonna be something like that tied up in it. It's definitely a hook though. As far as time flowing differently between the shards, internally, it should feel the same, but because of the rift between them, there's different relative passages between them, and they can oscillate. So one can go a little faster for a bit, one can go a little slower for a bit, but so far we haven't seen anything that should allow us to go backwards or in loops outside of what we've been through in Endwalker. Later, Jay. Thanks for stopping by, dude. And I'm in a weird place with the time shenanigans right now anyway, because I actually thought Alexander was one of the best written time fuckery stories. At least the approach taken for it. And so Shadowbringers felt very, very strange in the way that it violated the rules that were set up there, and I came to make peace with it in the end, because you can kind of imagine the Rift as an infinite multiverse that's unmanifest. And then we just manifested a second one and grafted it onto where we were, and I was kind of at peace with that. But then Endwalker comes along and gives you another Alexander-style bootstrap paradox where everything's kind of predestination, but you have to live it out firsthand. And now I'm like super okay with it, because that's, in my opinion, the easiest way to clean it up without devaluing the core world, the core timeline, and what you know and fight for. But I guess we'll see. I would love to know more about how the bootstrap paradox relates to the thank you for the follows and the subs and the things. I get a sub for that pun. I would love to know how the bootstrap paradox relates to the doomed 8th timeline, because it looks like the salvaged timeline, the grafted timeline that we got on there, is the only side that's connected to the ancient world. So it's like, it's weird, you got a Y-shaped fork, but only one fork is connected to the ancient past that was the predestinate. I don't know. I'd love to hear Ishikawa and Oda just sit next to each other and explain it in their words, so I know what to take for granted and what not. And yeah, there's nothing stopping us from using the rift to graft on more manifest versions of alternate timelines, even though I'd hate it. The one thing I'm really comfortable with, though, is that Endwalker has shown Ishikawa's following one of my most sacred principles when it comes to writing these kind of things. Is you got two options when it comes to writing a story that's meant for millions and millions of people. You can aim for the lowest common denominator, play it safe, not have any huge surprises, make it the themes and references kind of bland enough that everybody can get them, and it's very, very generic. And I know people are going to be mad at me for saying this, but I call that the Marvel Cinematic Universe approach. And the other one is to strategically disappoint people in a rotation. So you just accept that, you know, every decision isn't for every person. There are going to be people who are strategically disappointed along the way. And I think Ishikawa's done a really, really good job of choosing when to disappoint who. That she has let down the right people at the right times for this product to thrive. And there were a lot of things in Endwalker that pissed me off and annoyed me, but like, the product is better for it. 14 is better for it. So like, I feel like I trust them to make the right decision, and if I'm mad, it's still going to be a great game. My Endwalker disappointments were, God, I think it was that like so little of the past could be used to predict the future, and that at level 83 everything went out the window, and there was no reason for you to have thought too hard about a lot of the stuff before that. Like all of those notes and predictions and patterns, none of it really panned out, but I appreciated that they used that freedom to undermine some of the stuff that it wouldn't have been as satisfying to move towards. And she was able to honor Final Fantasy history and JRPG in general by bringing in that 11th hour introduction of like, what the hell is this? What does this have to do with anything? How did we even get here? And then really score it deep into the world story. So there was a lot of stuff that I was frustrated with in that approach, because maybe that's not my favorite part of Final Fantasy history or favorite part of JRPGs in general. But she kind of made one of the best JRPG stories of all time by disappointing me. So, because I do get very, very frustrated when I see people who are taking the approach of like, my headcanon wasn't validated, so it's bad writing. But maybe I can just say that because Crystal Mom loves you. I've actually really struggled to visit the forums because of that lately. The general atmosphere has gotten kind of like negative there. I will never get tired of the beat drop in this song. Soken's the best, man. Also, yes, I was very happy with the way they tied everything together, especially allowing kind of the efforts of who they were before, the efforts of who Elidibus was before, who Emmett Selk was before, like their original intentions to contribute to the end. Even if they were warped and their plan hadn't kind of ever had a chance of working out the way they expected and what they became was monstrous, like who they were before contributed a lot to the end, and I loved that they tied that in. That was going to be one of the things I was hoping for, was that everybody's contributions to the future counted. And yes, they are uploaded to YouTube. They're just not public because I haven't found the time to label them. I'm sorry. They're allowed to keep bullying me about it because it's been a while. It's been a really long time. After this cutscene, I'm going to do a very quick resource replenishment.
I thank you for your attendance. The have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. Made aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Well, I mean, you're Thavnair, so if Shloe can do it.
Of course, we can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
That's on me too, huh? Also, the number of people in the chat are salty I didn't choose one of the options. It's just like, my guillotine's name is McGillicuddy.
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavnair, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as
Is that a
the
Derplander
Kalzal
lookalike
Foundation.
in the crowd there?
Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
It is.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Okay, I'm going to take a very, very quick BRB. Replenish supplies, please. Stretch, hydrate, do the things, take care of yourself. I will be like right back in moments. Okay. Real hydration. No. Okay, on to the MSQ. I have no idea how far into this we are. I haven't seen everything from the trailer yet, but I don't know how much of it is in the other scenarios, so I have like no idea what our percentage is for the day. Do I want to know? You can give me a rough estimate. 3 quarters to go. Hey, it wouldn't be the first time. Hey, wherever we are is where we are. I'll honor my commitment either way. Let's see, do quest markers show up on the Aether 8 map? They do. God, I gotta stop even looking at the map before I open these now. What an improvement. Do you want me to put that as an actual grape redemption, Lenny? Do you want me to like actually get little bottles of water and you can force me to drink things that aren't Arizona RX energy tea? I'll get like a little mini fridge and put water in it. I'm a super taster. Water tastes like chlorine if it's from the tap, and even if it's been purified, it still tastes like mouth.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the void gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids Sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait.
You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
Wouldn't be the first time, bro.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved. Since when were you one for the quiet life? Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Voidsent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a Voidsent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made Voidsent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made Voidsent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with... Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlium.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
That was an interesting PowerPoint. And at this point, I think we kind of know how PowerPoints work. When they show up, they're telling us two things. Here's some stuff we've retconned a bit, and it's coming up plot-wise soon, so you should really like keep it fresh in your mind that this is the real way it works now. And you could see a little bit of the stitching. You saw me make a skeptical face when they were doing the whole soul transfer thing. Because years and years and years ago, it was talked about, like, that was one of the things that separated Void Sent from the living, was that since their world had no aether, they had no souls, the way that we conceive of them. They were called essences, Void Sent essences, which had no aether anymore. So they may have gone back on that a bit. Like, the void isn't totally empty of ether, so we can get around it. But it's just a new way of looking at something that was explained differently before, even if we can easily not call it a direct contradiction. We don't know really what Void Sent are, like, and part of the reasoning here is that they deliberately didn't explain them. There was a lot of stuff that just didn't have a clear origin back then, that didn't have clear lore back then. I mean, they were admitting recently that they actually sat on explaining the Ascians at all for a lot longer than most people think, that they were just, bad guys doing bad stuff. So Void Sent for a long time were just like eldritch horrors from elsewhere, and they've changed what that elsewhere is and how it works multiple times. So I think for them to settle on something new, even if it's not 100% jibing with what we knew before, it wouldn't be unusual for scholars to have just been wrong. Eorzeans make mistakes all the time, and if it helps them clean up the lore in a way that we can connect it to other stuff that's happened, great. I think based on Shadowbringers and the way they did the Sin Eaters and the way they did the soul travel, I think the way that they're linking all of that together is pretty satisfying. So if it requires a seeming contradiction to get there, screw it, let's do it. Moose, I thought you did all the side quests. Why is that box still there? That box is still there because it's one of the ones with, like, you gotta figure it all out on your own, there's no directions. And we were in the middle of a story thing, and I was like, do you want to just skip it? And everyone was like, yeah, skip it, it's just a ring. So I'll look up a guide and unlock the box later. I know, contrary to popular belief, Final Fantasy XIV did not have its entire 15-year story planned around the time of Warcraft 3. Casuals. interesting. One of the interesting things is that, like, Yoshida made no bones about his approach to how they were writing the story either. He said right out of the gate, right in 2.0, that the approach they were taking was much like a television show, where they were really only going to think of one season at a time. So every expansion kind of has a season of a TV show kind of focus, where ARR's focus was, don't get canceled. Throw in cool shit everywhere you can. Please don't cancel us. So once they were building on it, they did have a lot to go back for and try to flesh out. Oh, wait a minute. They put all the discussion points on the map now. I approve. Okay, so here is where you can figure out that she is roughly the same age as Thancred. This data right here is summarized in one line, which is awesome. Maybe more people will see it. So if she goes in to see Matoya at the age of 7, and she's under her tutelage for a decade, so 17, and then she's a fresh-faced, like, joining Louisoix's thing when he's putting it together around 1562. That's right around when she's 17 too. So then we know that that's where 10 years later would be where the Echoes are looking back from in 1.0, and then 5 years later the Calamity, which makes her 31 to 33. But I like to say 32 because it's the the flip of 23. And in the really dumb Ishtola and Thancred dated theory, that would be when it happened, when she came out of the cave and linked up with the others, and Thancred was a insecure little wharf rat who had learned how to become this, like, bard who could make anybody swoon, and that they just kind of sheltered kid, insecure boy who's now good at being flirty. That's when they would have met, and I like to think that is the funniest piece of backstory that only I know. I'm also convinced that's what the Forever 23 book is. It's a joke to that, to not many people picking up on that pattern. And that it was a joke. It is probably the second or third best hidden joke in the game, the best one definitely being the Duke's precious vase. But yeah, TLDR, never skip your optional dialogue. Lenny, where do you even get all these gift subs? She's got like a North Pole sack of them and just throwing them everywhere today. Oh, more wandering around lore, eh? Thank you for the follow. I'm trying to get like all of my overlay stuff back. I can't see anything as clearly as last time I did this. Still level 89. Where are we going? I didn't see where we were going. Across the way. But it doesn't look like there's anything to stop and talk at. Do I run anyway just because I'm paranoid? I'll try to go against my worst instincts here. Who is Diabolos beforehand? That is a good question. I would like to know, like, one thing I really liked about him in 14 is that by the time we see him, he's usually like a king of the void already. And we got to see kind of the origin story of Diabolos and how he kind of rose above the Void Queen and became more powerful, and I really, really like that. But I do think we need one more level 99 battle with him. Something associated with sleep and dreams. Make him something associated with sleep and dreams. No, he wasn't always associated with sleep and dreams in history, but 14 likes to give a lot of throwbacks to 11 when they're appropriate, when they feel right. And we've already seen Diabolos having kind of nightmarish themes to him. And I really enjoyed the dark worlds and the dream worlds that he made in 11. And I think you could do something really cool with that in 14 if you tried. Fun facts from Darth Zelion. In 8, he was trapped in a lamp. I'm actually still very, very unclear if the Nullstone fully destroys the essence and the soul and it's not possible to come back, or if it just destroys kind of the current body and vessel and sends the essence back, and he could still be out there. So like I'm hoping that he's still out there just based on that, but we'll see. And thank you for the follow, Apples. More walking. Okay. I don't know why, but I'm gonna run this one just to make sure that there's no talkie points in the open, even though I'm pretty sure we just saw they put them on the map. I'm just neurotic like that. I believe the answer they went back for on the Diablo armament was that it was not Diablos, that it was built for him or one of his class, and that there may have been a similar void sent inside. I think that's what they settled on. Oda-san did an interview or a Q&A. I'd have to go back and look at which one it was and actually get the real citation before I said it with confidence. I really don't like the possibility of accidentally misleading people with a thing I kind of have remember. Okay, cool. Yeah, they are on the map. Nothing missed. Oh, wait a minute. That's part of the quest, so... Now we have multiple versions of the story in chat. Now I kind of want to Google it on the side while we're doing this. I think I remember enough to find the interview again. It looks like the August 2021 4Gamer interview with Banri Oda is the one where he mentioned that they could possibly be the same species of Void Sent, for lack of a better word. The same class. That's the one where that one came from. Yeah, some of the things in those interviews make me like mildly salty, but they're also pretty clever. The corrupted crystals being the same color as Phoenix thing made me grumble a lot, because the corrupted crystals predated Phoenix. Not the ones sticking out of the ground. Those ones can be Phoenix if you want, but the first ones were caused by Atomos. Yeah, the Heaven's Ward came up in that one too. Finally putting to bed the multiple kind of citations they gave, like they're not tempered, but he could temper them, so it's fine, or the they were tempered, and they kind of settled on, because they settled on they were lightly tempered, because they changed the lore of the summoning of Thornton. There were two kind of drafts of how Thornton was summoned. One was that he was summoned last, and one was that he was summoned first. And it was like a flip. So you had one where Thornton was the last one summoned after they perfected the rites on the ward. And then you had one that Thornton was the first one summoned and gave them their ward forms as a blessing. And the latter ended up being the canon one, and the former ended up being printed in the lore book from one of the back-end docs. So I didn't know what to make of the middle ground, the ward aren't tempered, but he could if he wanted to thing, because it was kind of in the middle. And I was very hesitant to comment on any of it. But they came out and were like, no, they were tempered pretty much right away. First meeting, he just kind of lightly toasted them, but they were still mostly themselves because it was very light. And if he wanted to, he could toast them harder. That was what they came down on. There's just such a weird evolution for that one because of the fact that they had printed them in paper sources multiple times, and that probably sucked for them to clean up. But they've gotten really, really good at their cleanup, especially this Void thing as we're doing it. Like, I can tell that this Void thing has gone through some changes, but it's still like they've anticipated the questions we would have, they've anticipated the kind of snark we'd throw at it. They've fleshed it out really well, even though you can see the stitches. And yes, the stitches would be very old. I think the oldest ones are probably like interviews around 2014, 2015. I think those are the only ones that would cause a lot of trouble. And even then I would hesitate to call it trouble because it's really valuable insight on where their heads were at the time. And sometimes if they change the lore along the way, understanding where their heads were and where they are helps you understand why they made those changes, which helps you understand kind of the full context of what the lore is and why it is that way. So I appreciate that, like, even when the lore changed over time, that they said so at the time. Like, I think they might regret that they almost backed themselves into a corner sometimes, but I appreciate that we know where their head was at developmentally. Yeah, the Heidelin and Zodiac retcons were great. I actually really appreciated that they found a way out of having to commit to having him come back, even though I was excited for it. Like, I think answering it with, he doesn't have to, was brilliant. Yeah, once a time, all the Void was a an excuse for there to be really creepy-looking monsters. They come from over there. And then they built lore that, like, Eorzeans frequently misunderstand what things are real Void Scent and what things are just creepy shit. So some of the Void Scent would pass as normal enough to not be noticed as Void Scent, and then some things that were of this world would be confused for not being from it. And then 3.4 era, they really folded the multiple worlds thing into it. And ever since then, we've been kind of inching towards something specific and true. Okay. This is the spoiler that I allowed them to give me. I can miss something if I do something wrong. Okay. Do not read the book in front of the stairs first. Okay. I permitted one spoiler because it was a missable.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Okay, so someone mentioned book in front of stairs. Oh, there's multiple stairs, though. Is this the one I'm avoiding? Untitled first? How many of them are there? Hold on. Weighty, leather bound. Okay, weighty, leather bound, and untitled. Leather bound is the MSQ objective. Okay, thank you. Oh my god, the goldsmith! Yes! We haven't touched on this in forever! Okay, for anybody who has not put this together before, there are multiple references throughout this game from the 2.0 era onward, and you find them in all the weirdest places. Minions, especially the ones that have to do with Void Scent, Gooball tomes. Anyway, there's this Gridanian goldsmith who becomes like totally obsessed with Void Scent, and he's like fantasizing about how Lady Amandine would be such a hot void scent, and he's going to try to summon a void scent, and he tries to make it a succubus, and it's all like tentacles. And we joked for a bit that it was Ultros, and that's why Ultros is so horny. It was probably a mind flayer. But he started creating all of these, quote, anatomically correct void scent minions. And if you read all of the like hot void scent minion text and item flavor text and stuff like that, you can tell they were written by that dude. And it's just this one goldsmith who has a lifelong quest to fuck a void scent. And it, like, if you pick up on the breadcrumbs and try to follow them, it's freaking hilarious. I love this. So the fact that they, yeah, he was caught and he was executed and they buried him, and now the grave is empty, so no one knows where he is. Love that shit. There are so many hidden stories. A lot of the inappropriate stories are kind of well hidden in the game. This is a cool one. This actually seems to reference a lot of fan discussions and interview questions about primals, because it's like kind of touching a little bit on each one. The different natures of them, what Ramu might really be. Cool, cool. Okay, so I'm good to touch leather now. I just needed the other two. Lalafell are a bit like cats, we just like being up on high things. I was hoping the Rhalgr connection, or the Ramu connection would be part of a Rhalgr connection. That there was like a... When the world is on an umbral calamity path, there's like that rumor that the 12 come back and that whoever saves the world ends up associated with the 12 and the Archons and all that kind of stuff. So I really wanted Ramu, and if you've heard me ramble about this before, I'm sorry. I really wanted Ramu to be whoever was mistaken for Rhalgr in that era, becoming a friend of the Sylphs and gifting them his crystal of light and convincing the Sylphs to take up worship of him. That was what I wanted. But we've asked them so many times to explain more. Okay, that many smiles means there's an answer somewhere. I'm gonna go looking for it. But we've been trying to figure that one out since like 2014, 2015. And that's the best theory I've got so far. Written research logs detailing advanced method for manipulating rift spanning apertures as devised by... Okay, nothing. Am I hearing that I should do the 24-man tomorrow and not next week? If I got the time. Ooh, I like that book. Give it to me in silver. Yeah, give me that in silver.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
Sweet. What?
Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you witnessed an appearance yourself in the course of your travels. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomus of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Man, legacy-specific dialogue in the year of our Lord 2022. That was pretty cool. Gold stars. Call me crazy, but I feel like maybe Charlene was right to put this one in the restricted section. Oh, man. And we joked for years that they were going to end up being, like, Ascian-affiliated bad guys because all the answers to everything was locked away in their books, but it's really just that they have too many books and don't read them all, and then, you know, classify half of them restricted so no one knows the index. Which makes more sense, it's more on brand. The fact that they're, like, making so much effort to tie up so many of the loose ends, especially from things that have been interview questions. And this is incredible. Like, we were asking for more about Atomos in 2.1, and they were like, oh, you'll see it, you'll see it. Very, very cool way to fold that into the story. Still find it funny that she said in the trailer she wasn't going to find the answer in a library, but finds the answer in a library. Was it ever explained why they were draining it in 1.0? The explanation we got was that Atomos, as a void entity, is very keen at sensing where the fissures are, and that it's usually the first one on scene to break through into the world and start sucking up all the aether it can from this aether-rich plane. And that when it does so, it often kind of pulls that open and they all kind of flood through with it. And that's what it was doing. It was basically drinking out of the aetherites like a straw. That's the answer that we got back then. And they found a way to expand on that and tie it to the story that they want with a stable, persistent void gate that's like man-made in a way. And good work tying that together, people. One of these days, it really is going to be something they invented years and years ago and never found a way to tell us about. And there's going to be like no bones about it that they knew the whole time. Please explain the vase thing. Okay. This one is going to be a bit of a tangent, but I will do my best. In 1.0, there was a leave quest about a duke from Ishgard who came to Limsa Lominsa. And it was just a throwaway quest. And when 3.0 was coming up, we were trying to figure out how Ishgard's structure worked so that we could, like, figure out the structure of the high houses and where they fade into the church and how everything goes. And the question on my mind was, Well, these are counties. The highest rank that you can have in Ishgard before it transitions over to the church is a count. But a duke is higher than a count. So who the hell is this duke? And what Square Enix could have done was say, sorry, that was a typo. You know, we hadn't discussed kind of how Ishgard was structured yet. We didn't know there weren't dukes. We just threw a duke in there. It was supposed to be a leave quest thing. Sorry about that. Bad flavor text. Please forget the flavor text. And they didn't do that. They sent someone to the forums to tell us a story. And the story was that Duke Brett V was really a con man from Limsa Lominsa who was lying to people. And it turns out that he didn't know enough about Ishgard to not use the term Duke. And that once someone from Ishgard pointed this out, that it was this huge, humiliating thing for Brett, and he withdrew never to be seen again, and to this day people still make fun of him in bars in Ishgard, or in bars in Limsa Lominsa, where someone makes a tall claim about something, and you'll hear, "Ha! And I'm an Ishgardian Duke!" So we all know that there's no such thing as an Ishgardian Duke, which is also when I put it in my Twitter bio. So if you ever read my Twitter bio and notice it says Ishgardian Duke, that's why. My bio is very old. So, this would all be irrelevant if it weren't for Hildebrand, where there's an entire scenario about the Ishgardian Duke's precious vase, where if you're just playing Hildebrand and do not know that story, then it's just a story. Yeah, sure, the Duke's precious vase. But if you've heard that story before, then you know that they're lying to him about the vase the entire time in a transparent and stupid way. There is no Duke. And this is all bullshit. And it's a very deep in-joke that like 10 people are gonna get. And I thought that was probably the funniest thing that had ever happened in this game. So yeah, the Duke's precious vase. I love it. I love how often the theme of the story is, sure, Alog had all of the resources in the world and screwed this up, but we've got a scrappy team of found family, and what could go wrong? Astrally dense pocket. Hey, Isval. No, it was actually 300k MGP. It was pretty cheap. The fact that they had an animation for it and didn't put it in was one of my bigger gripes. Same with the flight unit. So the fact that they put it in was actually like a really nice concession for me. Because like right when you had it as an animation in the opening raid, the fact we didn't get it annoyed me. I mean, I'm still upset we didn't get weapon stories. They should totally have had like tokens and weapons and near weapons with weapon stories in the log. We could have done a lot. It would have been expensive, but we could have done a lot. I didn't really have my hopes up for the moose mound. Would have been nice, but I'm gonna keep making this joke until the end of time, but anybody who is a certain, like, I can understand certain gripes with the near raids, but there's this one main line of criticism towards it that just says, to me, like, in my opinion, when I said I wanted Yoko Taro, I misunderstood who Yoko Taro was, but that's his fault. Like, that's what I hear from some of them, and I am tired of that. Like, be careful what you wish for, bro. You asked for him, you got him. We didn't ask, though. In my humble opinion, Yoko-san is a very, contrary to his public persona, calculating guy, who thinks very hard and stresses out about a lot of things. But he puts all of that work into creating a scenario, and he does not stress about the world lore, and the whole overarching grand conspiracy that connects all the games is just for fun and nothing serious and will never explain anything. It will always go back to a vague, unexplainable thing like the Watchers or the red-eyed virus, or, you know, like, it's just the core scenario is the only thing that counts. Other than that, all the games are kind of standalone. And I don't have as many gripes with it as I think some people do, especially because the raids were really fun. I think people were expecting him to be crazier, and I think I think part of us taking the lore so seriously is part of what spooked him into not being as crazy as he could have. I do think that the information was unrolled in the wrong order for the raid to have a hook as a 1, 2, 3 story, though. I think there was too much focus in the first raid on kind of setting the stage that there wasn't enough of a hook. And the information was unrolled in such an order that it didn't keep people as glued to it. Especially when people were kind of expecting the seed to be better explained than it was. Yes, also that. The way that they like wove the story together with the dwarves just kind of with their own politics in that one zone, it may not have really been the most effective vehicle for the way they were trying to tell a story about like society needing a narrative and to place blame and to just, if it makes sense, that's better than it not making sense, even if it screws someone over. I really loved the theme of the story, but telling it through the dwarves, I don't know if that was the best vehicle. Especially when you're like not explaining until later the machines and the androids.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Gra has theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence, but I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Do seem to be the ingredients for a familiar. We got like a soul orby thing, watery thing, crystally thing. And that was
Very
Matoya's
good.
bag.
I see you've been paying attention. As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
What?
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Water, water, froth and foam! Time to play!
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void sense slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
I'm gonna pause the discussion here for a moment, just in case this cutscene goes on longer and I lose the moment, because I already got two things here. Number A, notice like the transition from like stoic decorum to mortified immediately back to stoic decorum. Like, I think this should be enough maybe to convince people that that's how Yashola operates, that a lot of it is her not really understanding what to do and how to interact and be around people and just kind of be aloof and be herself, and that she relies on that scripting to close the gap. And that might be for a lot of people why I think they don't see her as changing very much, that they don't see her as having character development very much, that they don't see her as having a very distinct personality, even though I would heavily disagree with that. I think she has all of the above and that they're just on a different level, a different layer. Maybe this will convince people. I don't know. That was really cute though. I like how they made it that the summoning spell has to be accurate. That all of the incantations and spells we see, like I think we can use this also as an example of why schools of magic work as the way they do, why different spells have different effects, or the same effects that can be reached in different ways, or different effects despite being similar. Or I think we can like really use it as an example of how specific you need to be to do a spell that's designed in a certain way. Like she couldn't even not do her magical girl dance for that to happen. And lastly, you are not ever going to convince me otherwise. Now that was it. No, a aspiring magical girl who was repressed by decades in a cave with an old curmudgeon. She's definitely going to hook up with the Lomenson street rat turned silver tongue honeypot bard. That's just obvious. That's going to happen. That happened when they were 17 for one summer. Yep. Cannot do it. Sorry, Shola. Oh yeah, it all goes back to the headcanon this time apparently. I wasn't even going to bring it up the first time.
Oh,
not my fault.
Are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we?
Best girl.
Nixies, into the void.
Well, they come up with their own rhymes. Can we please just cut to Golbez looking at them confused? Damn. Keep watch for any intruders. That sounds like a battle. Nice little Lord of the Rings reference.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
coming through?
Wait.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Awesome animation.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Poor Nixie.
And what of our experiment? Let's say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Okay, first things first. Thank you, Gold. Yes, I apparently missed a shout out to Silva. What was that about? Because I'll explain for the people who don't know this part. When Shadowbringers was going through its like release phase, I was just entering grad school, and I was like, I can do a little bit of both, and I could keep up with the story and the lore, but anything that required a grind is not done. And I haven't been over the Shadowbringers material as much as I've been over a lot of the other material, like not even close. And it's all just because I was doing grad school and then grad school and internship at the same time, and it was just like I was barely ever playing this game, and I'm trying to claw my way back into it now. So getting multiple rolls up is going to be one of the things along that way, but it's also like horizontal growth doesn't always feel great anymore when you have limited time to invest. They'll explain, Silva? That's cool. I wonder if they're gonna cap it at 2 or how many people they saved from that one. Like, why did they just randomly pick a few people? Satrap's duty. The story skips to 80 now if you have the money but not the time. Kind of, but it's like, it's only like 10 levels. I could get 10 levels. I'm actually curious if I could do them now. I've leveled a couple things since then. I might be able to go back for them now. I was thinking about trying to multitask to try to get some of that EXP by doing PvP. I don't know how long it would take to level them up in PvP, but... do them all. Yeah, I've heard the new PvP is really good. The new 24-man I'm either doing tomorrow night or next Friday. I haven't decided yet. Bozja was one of the things that I did make time for, because I did not make enough time for Eureka, and there just hasn't been any real motivation to go back for it, so I did make time for Bozja, so that's always an option too. Someone have a barrier in need of dispelling? More teleporting. Maybe they'll just like leave Sid and Al Amigo until they give us the damn city state. That's his punishment. He can't leave until he finishes restoring the city. Yeah, Eorzea Expansion 2 someday. I understand if it's not now. Yoshida needs to convince everybody the story isn't over. We gotta do something cool, but not like Endwalker crazy. Like, we gotta find something to keep people invested. But one day, Eorzea 2, rest of the map, presence of Silvertear Lake, Al Amigo. Beast Tribe Homelands. Yeah, you and Rockle camo.
Ah, hey Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Al-Zadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Anonymoose. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again, too.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ashdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Ah, okay. Thank you for the text on the Silva thing. That actually makes a. I think it puts something more explicitly out there that was more implicit. Like we had to close or draw that line ourselves before a little bit, but that's cool. Yeah, I am sad when I miss quest flags, but locking them behind multiple max level things, I think is a little annoying. This game used to be one that was like, you could do everything on one job or you could do all the jobs. It's your choice. As far as Ishtola's voice goes, it does sound like she has a stuffy nose she's trying to hide, and I'm just going to pretend that Y'shtola herself has a cold right now. She didn't take good care of herself when she was staying up for 3 days straight in the library. It really, like, depressed her immune system. And did you see how fast that orphanage went up? Like, there have been NPCs building stuff that won't be ready until next year for full-on expansions now. We should... Yeah, pretty clear how this place has lasted a few millennia. Anybody saying anything new? We'll have Anonymoose built before you know it. Oh, that sounds like upcoming expansion gap flag. Also that very, like, halfway subtle warning that there's going to be unrest of some kind that he's not going to notice, and we'll have to split our attention. Explore the void in stages. Difference from the first being it's been utterly subsumed. And that's been something we've been trying to get them to kind of commit to a stable explanation of is what is the real difference between halting the flood when it's in an advanced stage and allowing it to complete. Does it change the nature of kind of the stuff that's outside of that last zone when it's fully complete? Because they went through a lot to try to make the whole light void thing work, and we know that they are different, so it'll be cool to see that. But it does look like, because of the Sin Eaters, that they're also bringing back the Void Scent and reframing them a little bit to work in the same way, which I think was expected, but we couldn't just assume they were going to do it either. I'm very curious what happened to the Shard of Zodiac that was on the 13th. Yes, yeah, me too. I think it would be hilarious if they said it's the Heart of Sabik. That it was a literal shard, and Elidibus just yoinked it on the way out. I would love and hate it so much. It's exactly the kind of retcon that they do, and everyone's like, oh, it was planned all along, brilliant, and you know it wasn't, but at the same time you're like, you clever sons of bitches. Because interviews don't always tell us the truth. Interviews tell us kind of where their head is at that day and what they're planning that day. And back in the 3.0 era, we were told we were going to learn more about the Heart of Sabik in the 3.0 series, and we did not. Koji joked that it totally came back because it's in the lyrics for that song now. And then they told us it would be part of the Werelit story. In a way, it was. The Ultima weapon ran on the Sabik core, which in Japanese they laid some hints pretty early that it was going to be Auracite, but I think English was a little hesitant to make the leap to confirming it. And tacitly, Werelit did show that they had studied just enough of the Heart of Sabik to make a synthetic Auracite system to run the weapons. Yeah, it's like Jet Black Auracite Sabik or something like that. Like Jet Black Holy Stone, and there was no real guarantee that they were going to choose to translate Holy Stone as Sabik, or as Auracite the same way until later. But yeah, they had plans for it to come back. I have this grand conspiracy theory, no proof at all, totally baseless, that Sabik was planned to be part of Omega, and Omega was planned to be Alagon, and that's why it never happened. Because they switched gears to make Omega from space and put it up against Shinryu, and then Shinryu had to be summoned, so they used the Eyes of Nidhogg, which is why reclaiming the Eyes of Nidhogg was so awkward when Aymeric was just like, yeah, throw him over the bridge! Even though the immortal wraiths you just told me about could probably get it. And then they put a whole bunch of lines in the game where Aymeric beats himself up for that after we all complained about it on the forums. That's my big conspiracy theory, that's where Sabik was supposed to come back, and it turned into the Eyes of Nidhogg instead, kind of late in the plan. No proof at all. No evidence at all. I also think it would be very funny if they claimed that the Heart of Sabik will not be making a return after all because it mysteriously dissolved at level 82. Look at my 2.0 scholar. Crit, 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 crit. Always crit, even if it's no longer good, even if it's no longer meta. Crit, crit, crit. Uh-oh. That thing in the center just makes it look like stony Ozzy slot. That's totally the cathedral. Stupid pattern recognition brain. No. No!
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
Oh. Uh-oh. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Maybe it's not as bad as it looks. Maybe it'll be entirely separate, not at all connected, not at all a continuation of a theme. Like it definitely shouldn't be explicitly him at all, but like keep in mind that Estinian isn't explicitly Nidhogg at all, but there's still kind of a continuity there. The I am returned thing is just so weird. Yeah. It doesn't have to be him, it can just have some of his memories and talk like him and move like him and look kind of like him and... No. I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, Ishikawa has proven to me with Endwalker that she knows when it's a good idea to disappoint me for the overall good of the product. I'm gonna lean really hard on that. Lean really, really hard on that. But it's possible that, like, because of the power that Xenos had, that he was so much more powerful than most of the, Void connections we'd seen so far, that he was capable of forming a pact like that with one of the stronger Void Sent that is capable of independent thought and speech and movement and ambition and stuff like that. And that we're not actually seeing anything that's connected to him at all. Because we have seen kind of a difference between the types of Void Sent who are kind of, mindless slime and mindless gargoyles. And then we've seen, of course, the Scathach and the, It's a thingy thingy. And Diabolos in the Cloud of Darkness, and I don't know, there's a lot of possibilities. But still, just like the instant gut trigger. No! It's strong. Okay. I have taken up 5.5 hours of your time. And I'm pretty much ready to just say, go, run, run, flee. Is there anything else that we need to do today? Any other questions that we have? Any other discussion that we're leaving hanging? I don't want to leave any of that going either. So any last words? Time for the 12. What is my favorite flavor of pie? Cherry. Like maraschino cherry. Like maraschino cherry is my favorite flavor of anything in the entire world. Let's see. I should do the raid. I should do it tomorrow. I should. Like tomorrow, 8 or 9 p.m. I think I should be able to swing it, hopefully. I got some Easter plans. But I will try, yeah, I will confirm in the Discord chat. If you are not in the Discord and you would like to get updated on kind of like times of when we're musing to start and what we're musing to do, and especially I'm looking for suggestions for emotes and things to spend grapes on. So if you want to share your perspective on what new emotes should be, what new rewards should be, what grapes should be, I have no idea how to use Twitch, and it's help like that that's helping me pull it all together. So please come join us, ramble about things, give me suggestions. There's a link under the Twitch thingy. Oh, thank you for the last minute follows and subs. And actually, yeah, I want to like skip right to that. Thank you not only for the bits and the cheers and the subs and the gifts and all the fun things we did today, but thank you so much for the company today. It's been wonderful company, and I've had to confront in the last few months what a very limited resource time can be, even when you think you're going to be reclaiming some of it. So the fact that you would choose to spend some of yours hanging out here, it really gives me the warm and fuzzies as always, and I've had a pleasure running the MSQ, kind of rambling away with you and laughing at stuff together. So thank you so much for choosing to spend that time here. I've never used like the raid thing. Should I be raiding people when I leave? That's like good ethics, right? Am I supposed to hit raid buttons? How do I raid people? Who do I raid? Is that a thing I should do? I should watch the Ashtola optional dialogue. I will do that. I'm going to do it off stream though, so I don't steal anybody's, more of anybody's time. I'm also going to try the PvP, I think. And we'll do more Dora Lord chat. What's this button do? Wait, Gamer Escape is live? I can raid Gamer Escape? I'm gonna try it, because if I fuck it up, they won't be mad at me. I think that's it. If I just raided some rando, I might do it wrong, and they'd be like, Moose, what are you doing? So yes, I'm going to raid Gamer Escape because I've never raided anyone before. Oh wait, hold on. Zen is just capturing footage right now? Wait, does that mean that I would ruin Zen's day if I jumped over there? Maybe? Okay. That's the only person on the channels I follow who's online list. I could just ask her. Or just sneak over there. Oh man, that was a long MSQ Can't believe we get like 4 or 5 hours of content just out of every couple of months. It's nice. Like, what are games these days? Usually 5 to 15 of story tops. They spoil us. And it was like you guys said, it was very, very strong for a 0.1. It did feel like a 0.3 or a 0.4. And if anybody has a suggestion, I'll give it like 1 more minute for her to respond, and then if not, I'll just shut down normally. I just figure it's like something I see people do a lot. I'll figure out where the 24-man unlocks and hang out there later. When someone was asking earlier if you're still here, no, that was not my own private mansion. That was my free company headquarters. This is our free company headquarters. It is like not over the top, but much like me, less is more. I try to do things in a very subdued style, I guess. I just made a very large open bay window area and tried to put all the things that the people use in a kind of sensible adventurers guild kind of way. No private mansion for me. I have a private medium, which is the plot that I always wanted. I would rather have this plot than a large. It's the plot itself makes me happy. This one out in the corner here. I got like my own garden, my own bench right next to the market board. And the most important thing that you can have with housing, easy roof access without any glitches or anything. Because I am a Lullafell, and I like... Oh, I missed. I'm a Lullafell, and I like to be high, like a cat. And yeah, no, I have no idea what is up with Golbez at all. It sounds like they're trying to connect it to one of the early eras, but I'm not sure if it's the first or the second. But yes, I'm a Lullafell, and I like to be up high, and I like this view. In order to get the same thing at my free company house, I had to build a chair launcher, like an elevator. Yeah, Golbez and a Shadow Dragon. This could get weird quick. So I built this thing, which is a chair and a... Then you gotta stand here, sit here, and then if you jump, it'll get confused about where the Z-axis is, and then blah, launch you right into the roof. Because I like to be high. And that one gives you a really good view of the bigger giant woods too. So yes, I will try to find time to do the 24-man tomorrow. Maybe we can get it all out of the way in one weekend. But again, I didn't hear back on the raid thing, I don't think, so we will test that another day when I know that I won't screw with anybody, because I have no idea what that is or how it works, and I'd like to learn. So, thank you again for choosing to spend some of your night with me, 5 hours with it for some of you. It means a lot to have good company, especially right now in my life. So, Thanks again for everything, Crystal Mom, and I love you, everybody, and I will see you possibly tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody. Oh, wait.